All right, hello everyone, and welcome to twitch.tv/HobbyBoxBurns. I am Joe Burns, HobbyBox Burns, and we are finally back after a long week hiatus, of which I really wanted to stream, but unfortunately have just been incredibly busy, both with work and outside of work. Originally was going to hope to stream over the weekend, but it just didn't work. So that's funny. I can see on the stream here at the bottom, I can see stuff that actually doesn't show up on my TV screen because my TV's pretty wonky. It is old. It is 13 years old. It was top of the line. Well, it wasn't actually top of the line when I bought it, but it has always worked I should probably queue to get into the game. It has always worked surprisingly well. Whoa, 30 people. This is a popular game right now. So yeah. But yeah, just been insanely busy. But I'm glad I'm going to be able to come here, chill with my stupid helmet. and see if Elfino and I can get into the Cool Kids Club in Eulmore. I mean, I don't like our chances, but I know from a story standpoint we have to get in there, so we'll back our way in somehow. So, but I don't know. Yeah, and then this weekend I was hoping to stream, but then actually we had an upgrade for work. And this one was not a fun one. So I had some issues that I had to work on enough throughout the day that it just threw everything out of whack. So needed a little me time after that. But we are back here in our city of final pleasures. Well, no, that's not. We're in the Crystarium right now. Let's see if we sold anything. We maybe have here with Jana Freya, but I do not think we sold anything with Paulina Nana. All right, that's a decent sale. That's enough to pull some of the gil back. Still hanging around that 3 million range. Feels good. Feels good. All right, so when last we hung out with Callista and company, so we're trying to get into this fancy town, right? Gosh, it's been so long I've forgotten how to play the game. And it's only been a week. So let's see here. I think we were by right, if I remember correctly. And so, we're doing our best to try to get into... I'm pretty sure I have the right name of the town. Eulmore. But, so far, the original plan was to get some goods from the Sahagin to trade in that would easily get us through. But unfortunately, that did not pan out because we felt bad for the person that cheated us, mind you, because he needed to get into there. In the meantime, oh, nice. I like that mount. So in the meantime, we got distracted. We found Wright here, and we helped out the mayor find her replacement. And it was just this story about how the Sin Eaters attacked this town. It was pretty sad, actually. But they're fighting through it and just tending their fields over here. So everybody, I guess, is happy and no worse to wear. So that is something. So I don't think we have any other quests here. So now it is heading back over towards Eulmore to see if we can see what Elfino's next plan is basically what we have to do. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we had anything that was in this area. So. Oh, yeah. Cruise over to Eulmore. We should be able to get in easily with this. This makes us look like we're, like, super rich. Even though we're clipping through that fence. It's no big deal. Hey, big fella. Trogopan. At some point, like, the names that they're coming up with these enemies, it really has to be that they're just coming up with random letters together, right? They have so many monsters in this game at this point. Like, that has to be what it is. German Ant. German Ant's a good name. That's a good name. Like Germinate Seeds. German Ant. I like it. It's like a mixture of Germinate and Giant. That one's pretty solid. Alright, so we will find out what Elfino's plan is. Hey, Baby Smell, how's it going? Having a good Monday evening? So I have to wait at the designated location here to find out Elfino's next plan. Where we're pretending to be artists, aren't we? We have brushes from the guy that we rescued from the water. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who makes pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. Oh, I don't know. I can paint. Portraits, at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh ho, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Is this really going to work? Aha, ho, ho, Flecks of paint, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. I guess that works. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. She whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with her or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave her fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Eulmore's sweet embrace. But not until... foodstuffs! That's what they're like. Oh, mercy me, the mule. We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back. Just waiting for scraps. I mean, it would have gotten annoying if we got bounced back again and again and again. I did not expect that plan to work, though. It definitely did not.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
It's quite the dance club there. All right. Well, we made it in.
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Still some slums over here, though, huh? Eulmore is basically Brazil or Southern California. This is the OC. OC the game. California. Here we come. Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not even a single tear. Moving right along, then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice, loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gatetown, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. This is so terrible. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. Did you need something? What do you do here? Oh, I've lived here for ages, 10 years at least. 'Twas my mother who brought me, though she's dead now, of course. It's funny, I ought to feel sad to think of her, but I don't. Don't feel much of anything anymore, really. Suppose there's not much point to it. I have nothing. Nothing to love, nothing to hope for, so why bother? Yikes. I know I'll never get up there, to Eulmore proper. I'll live here, stealing their scraps, and then I'll die here. That's all. What kind of place is this? It's called the Derelicts, after those hulking shipwrecks from the flood. I suppose, though, these days there's nothing in the whole bleeding place that the name doesn't apply to. The buildings, the paths, the people, all forsaken, just sitting here and waiting to rot. Oh, we survive, I suppose, like maggots in a course, feeding on whatever carrion we scrounge from the city. But live? No. Sounds like a lovely place. You have an opening here. I was gonna say, there was a sightseeing log spot, a vista, that's what they're called, vista. So there must be a little bit of a jumping puzzle to get to that. The Glory Gate. Oh, that little door. So they said to the left. New to the city, I can explain how it's laid out if you like. Just imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters. And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Eulmore spend their days. I think this is where we're supposed to go. Unless we were supposed to stay down there. You don't belong here. You haven't been to the Bureau of Immigration yet. Oh, geez. There's another one. Triala. Welcome to the Eulmore Army Headquarters. That said, there's likely not much here to interest you. Alright, I think we're supposed to stay down there. Whoa! Or not. If you're wondering about all of the storage rooms here, one of the Army's responsibilities is to ensure that all staple goods and resources are accounted for and stored securely. I suppose you're probably just supposed to jump off that onto that, right? That's quite the jump to make. Oh, well, let's get this aetherite. Oh, it must be above us. Gotcha. That's what I figured. I figured I walked past it when I was like, kept going and going and going. Oh, we found the clan nutsy stuff. We do have some nuts. We've done our job. All right, let's go back to the Glory Gate. Start from scratch. Okay. If you must know, I am here to register this man as a bonded citizen and instruct him on proper manners, of course. I can't have him embarrassing me before my peers. All right, I think I got straight and to the left. Larsmood, we do get the occasional charlatan pretending to have permission to enter as a bonded citizen. Taking care of that sort of riffraff is my job. There we go. Now we found the right person. Little detour, it's alright. Welcome to Eulmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Elfino, an artist, and this is Callista, my assistant. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Eulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Valthry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen, in your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually. Chai News and Dulia Chai, a Mistil couple whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, and I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order, these are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Eulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. I guess we will try to. Though this probably isn't really a paradise. Though we are not free citizens, by the grace of Lord Valthry, we are allowed to hold relatively comfortable positions here in the Bureau. We'd never do anything to jeopardize that, understand? So we're not going to help you in any way, shape, or form. Alright, you. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. Papers, please. Underrated game. What have we here? Elfano, artist. Callista, artist's assistant. To be employed in the service of Lord Chai Nuz and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before... Oh dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat, and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you will want to splash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornen, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. Papers, Please was generally well liked. You're not sure you'd say it was underrated? Well, because... like... I would probably say... So... I guess maybe the best way to put it would be that I like the game a lot more than maybe other people do. Because I would probably say it's in my top 20 games of all time. Granted, like, the gameplay itself is kind of stupid and repetitious. But, like, the way that they subvert that with the story and the choices that you're given and kind of the branching paths of the game, I think far outshadow what people would look at as just kind of dumb, like, Diner Dash type game, right? So I guess that's why I would say I think it's underrated in that I think it's a far better game than maybe it would be remembered in history. I could be wrong on that. Maybe a lot of other people hold it in that high of regard. I'm becoming a citizen at last! I'm so excited that my hands are shaking. Alright, delousery. Joycefort, what business have you here? You had best not lay hands on any of the goods, if you want to keep them attached, that is. We're to bathe in here, then. Delouser. The lice hate the sugar. It's delicious. Good. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. Now, if we were that rank, our armor would probably also be pretty smelly. But we have to put... Whoa! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not while I'm streaming. Gonna get taken down. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. Whoa. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not... that is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Hurry up and shower, Stinky! What would a Stydian say? I'm gonna pit him against his sister. Although I'd really like to say, hurry up and shower, Stinky. Alice would have been drying her hair by now. Wouldn't she just? Very well, I shall endeavor to emulate her boldness then. Courage, Alphino! Though maybe bringing up Estinian to see if he blushes would be funny too. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons, then? Now, if I was really into the glamour game, I would have, like, painter assistant's clothes that I would wear. It does. I guess that's what the perfume is for. But yes, taking a shower and then putting on the same dirty clothes would be quite a bit backwards. We'll need directions to the Chai residence. You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine... Oh, we already got this from you. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's Parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. Alright. To infinity and beyond. Yeah, it'd have to be some pretty strong, like, perfume to get the smell out of, like, all this armor. Or, like, Elfino's dirty, like, hobo clothes. Like, taken care of. Up, 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 up. Donden. The canopy is designed to be a pleasurable space in which free citizens might spend their time, so mind yourself. I will not hesitate to remove you at the first hint of incivility. Ah, popular place. According to the message engraved in the base, special permission is required to use this aetheryte. You gotta be shitting me. The Grand Dame's Parlor. Here are the Chais.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful.
Uh-oh.
Like a bed of flowers.
Wait. Are they really not looking for an artist?
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
So I'm curious how, like, Elfino's actually going to produce a painting.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Eulmore.
Paint me like your French girls, Elfino.
Alfino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all.
Elfino does have some artistic talent. We saw it back in Stormblood when he drew... Was he the one that drew the sketch of Gosetsu and Yugiri? I guess I don't remember that.
'Tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations.
I mean, he does then, if he's the one who drew those.
Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see?
I love how Elfino is, like, turning on, like, the pretentious sort of voice.
Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Yes, charming.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to our heart's content.
Does that give me permission to the Aetherite? I have an Aetherite addiction.
Right, darling.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Like, there was no nothing. It was just like this weird stare. Like, Elfino's just like... I was expecting like a little like smile or wink or something, but it was just the weird, awkward stare back at me. Off you go. The city is yours to explore. Oh, but do be careful along those outer walkways. I should be most upset if you were to slip and fall. If my wife has given you her permission, then you need not seek my say-so. All I ask is that you behave yourself, draw no attention, and be respectful at all times. Alright, we're getting our foot gear on. Free to sightsee. Elfino would send you into the city to explore. Now you have the opportunity to experience Eulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Bow. Alright, am I gonna have permission to touch this yet? Probably not. Nope. Alright, over to here first then. An amiable maiden. Oh, hello there, friend. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair, tied back? He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief, and now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Alright. Well, see if we can track that fella down. Oh, there he is. Oh, shoot! He almost got it. That is a long drop. I mean, we don't take fall damage to death, so we'd be alright. Wicked white, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily I caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. You risked your life for a scrap of cloth. It's not just a scrap of cloth, not if it belongs to her. I would risk my life and more to spare my mistress but a single moment of sadness. When I first came to Eulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Colusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. Oh no! What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet! I must return to her immediately! Meanwhile, that guy's just laughing away over there. I will never leave my lady's side again. My attendant told me everything. I am so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You value him highly, then. As if he were a member of my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Eulmore a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. Alright. The servers are a little bogged down. It takes a while for this to, like, register. The amiable maiden appears suddenly concerned. A taste of honey. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. I've got it pretty much made. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista Bie usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Alright. Off to the Beehive. Minard. To clarify, all of the employees here are termed honeybees. But we don't all serve patrons. I'm just security. So this is the Beehive is the honeybee inn. This is the... okay. Alright, this is where we're going to get a little loot, I'm guessing. Just the BA. Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day? I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested? I guess so. Ready for a game of high or low then? Let's play. Good for you. No time like the present, I say. So this is... 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. This is the Tetra Triad song, isn't it? From Final Fantasy IX? Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? So I have 6. She has 10 right now. But I have 2 cards left. I'm going to guess high. You're going with high, then? Right, let's see what we've got. Oh yeah, I'm in really good shape. My cards add up to 12, and you have... Yes, a total of 17! Dun, 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 dun. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, then we'll talk about that favor. This song brings back memories. I'm pretty sure it's either from Final Fantasy VIII or Final Fantasy IX. I can't remember which one it was. Another match of high or low? Come now, little honeybee. We all need our diversions. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck. I'm gonna stack the deck this time. Oh, same thing as last time. Ooh. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? This time I'm going to guess low. You're going with low then, right? Let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 20, and I have... So right now I have 8, 9, 10, 11. So as long as it's less than 9, which it definitely is, a total of 13. Final Fantasy VIII, okay. Because those were the 2 that had the card games. Well, well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations! Victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come, whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell old Tista what she can do for you. I don't know. That's all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Valthree was born with the power to command them, which means no Eulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of a Tharn over there. There's naught that Mary Sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. So if I play high or low again now, is it actually for, like, money? Or just for funsies? It appears to be just for fun. So 11 to 6. This one's a tough one. I'm going to take a chance on high. Nice. Her cards add up to 20. Mine are at 14 right now. So it's... The odds aren't good. No. Total of 16. You lose. Aw, sorry, honeybee, but this match goes to me. So this literally is for nothing. Unless I get something if I win. Okay. See, this is a tricky one too, but I'm going to go with low this time. Uh-oh. That's not good. I'm at 10 right now, so there's no way I can be lower. Boom. We gotta go out on a win. Okay, this time I definitely like low. Oh yeah. We've got low locked up. Luck was on your side, or perhaps it was more than that. No. Wish to end on a high note. Perfectly understandable. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Well, that's an interesting little diversion. Unless at some point they're able to, Oh, nice. Nice little vista right here. Alright, a Tharn. Oh, are we going to be interrupting something here? What's that? New to Eulmore, you say? Gah, only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I'll tell you what, you hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. So do I have to actually, like, just do slash dance? Or can I do the Manderville dance? Let's try this and see if this works. I don't think it will. Alright, let's do our slash dance here. Oh, it's up. Where is it? Oh, okay. Oh, it's up there. I see it now. Whoa. Here we go. No, that's not gonna work. That's the way. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage at any time you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Eulmoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Eulmore, no longer an enemy to be feared. This doesn't sound great. And yet elsewhere there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Pah! A toast to Lord Volthree. You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais and Elfino will be expecting your return. Go on, take a little turn up on the stage. This is the Beehive. If you're not drinking, then you should be dancing. This is the Beehive, darling. Living in luxury does become ever so dull after a time, so we specialize in providing a little sting of excitement that our customers crave. And Frigg. Strictly speaking, we're not meant to serve bonded citizens, but come back after business hours and I'll slip you something. We all need a pick-me-up once in a while, right? Yeah, we all gotta stick together. Sasha Ray. Oh, what a sweet talker. I like how my voice started in like like Monty Python female voice. Oh, what a sweet talker. Oh, this is my lovely voice. Or maybe that was more of a Mrs. Doubtfire. Oh! Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Elfino has yet to put brush to canvas. Delaying as much... One cannot rush good art, I'm told, or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. I've put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me! That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? What happened to painting? I don't recall this part of the artistic process. Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, I'd not... That is to say, as long as you... just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next? So all of that for, like, Elfino's new costume reveal? There we go. Elfino draws you close with a whisper. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Alright, to the understory. Oh, this way. Oh, we can take the easy way down. My guess is we had to talk to somebody up above. I shouldn't have taken the easy way down. There ain't no easy way down. Oh, no, we do have to be down. Ah, almost made it. Oh, this opens. Look around all you'd like, but whatever you do, don't lock me in here when you leave. Haven't seen you around before. Are you a newly bonded citizen? If you're here to fetch something, you'll want to speak with Shy Set in the storage room over there. Alright, gotta gather more information here. Oh, here we go. A weeping warbler. Oh. You're one of the bonded, aren't you, like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then... Oh, I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thorrich. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Okay. We'll see what we can do about that. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. She gave me the meal already, right? So I just gotta find this dude. Oh, another Skywatcher hard at work. Just all this, like, finery just tossed out. Oh, wow. It goes, like, all the way around the base here, huh? Choralue. The free citizens discard things without a second thought. I've already found a silk dress and golden comb here. If I get some matching shoes and grow out my hair, I can probably slip into the city. I see. So some of these quests are just leading us to where the Aetherites are, huh? Night soil pots. Hee hee, you need medicines, tonics, potions? A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Hee hee, poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder? Or simply silence her chirps? Ho ho, your face! You didn't know. Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest, gone. A town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no, no. I am content to scurry around here and nibble on the crumbs from which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my mule. Good day. It's an interesting character. The mainstay. She's probably not going to be too pleased about this outcome, though. Sorry, Weeping Warbler. Did you get my medicine? So that's it. What am I to do if I can't sing? Uh-oh. Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I have done all I can, but even the apothecary said... So, you've been suffering all this time. I am sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Valthree and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far. No, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. So this ascension. Yep, ascension. Essentially, they're probably just getting murdered. Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Valthree that we learned this truth. It is through Lord Valthree's grace that the free people of Eulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Valthree truly is a great man, isn't he? Now, if you will excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation in the compassion you have shown my precious canary. So the ascension, I'm guessing, is turning people into Sin Eaters, and that's why the Sin Eaters don't attack us, because this is like the main way that they get like new conscripts. Could be wrong, but that sounds about right. Alright, well, unfortunately, since we're not worthy enough to attune to the Aetheryte, we have to run upstairs again. And then run up more stairs. It's a weird little room. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about like what I would have expected would be behind a place like this. I might be off a little bit, but I'm guessing that's probably right. either turned into sin eaters, or they get, oh wow, or they get fed to sin eaters. One of the two. Well, I guess it's a start. It's not terrible. 'Tis good to see you back. You were taking so long, I began to worry something had happened. I've begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the chais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? What is the end game? So the end game then is either that, like, Vauthry is behind all of this, or I don't know, everything's like Ascian controlled, right? So maybe he's like an Ascian, or but then again, the Ascians, yeah, because the Ascians are all about trying to dominate something by one of the forces. So here it's light. So yeah, so it's to get light to take this over so that this world will fall. So, Lord Vauthry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? Emergent Splendor. Elfino seems eager to discuss the significance of your discoveries. I take my eye off you for one moment and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? Uh-oh. What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Elfino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that a realistic portrayal... Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection! A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now, fetch a blank canvas and... What was that? Oh. I say, did that come from above? The jesters are here. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A public execution? Yes, lovely. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Vauthry resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The Crown Lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle, then. So unflattering. Oh, this... Joining the crowd up there. Yep.
That's him. That's Vorthri.
Oh, wow. Holy Lord. No Jabba, Boon Jabba. Holy crap. Oh yeah, this guy.
By sin eaters.
Yeah.
But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy. Mercy.
Oh, is this the guy that we helped get into town?
By the 12.
It sure is, isn't it? Oh no. Was he trying to, like, assassinate him?
Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
He looks like a good, upstanding, like, ruler. Nothing evil about him.
Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud.
Fraud.
He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Eulmore is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society. To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. But he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord.
I mean...
Anything but that.
So this is like the same music that plays when the first emperor was on
That is a
screen.
man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin eaters are part of Eulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept. But to humiliate him thus? To demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Eulmore?
I don't think he's gonna finish the painting. We're gonna get kicked out here.
Oh, dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
This is quite, I'm just sort of mesmerized by the character design. There's just something appalling to look at every second.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Eulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Elfino taking like a page from Alice's book here a little bit. That's like...
I think so.
That's quite the statement.
Did that little worm just insult me?
Uh-oh.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! And tear out their hearts!
Quite the tantrum. Oh, there he is. What is it? Solus? Von Galvus? Is that the name of the first emperor? Solus? S-O-L-U-S, I think? Dunk, 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 dunk. Thank you again. Alright, well, yeah, that definitely took a turn. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again, though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Eulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Colusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Solus Zos Galvus. Okay, yeah, that sounds right. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Valthree wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there if you are willing. No. That would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking and learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Darkness! Darkness! Oh. It's just shifting eternal light. Very well. But you must promise you'll be careful. The Eulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Oh, Alphino. Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now, I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Valthree and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I am sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. Oh, I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy, I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Well, that was definitely an interesting aspect of it. So yeah, so Valthree I don't think is I don't think Valthree is a Ascian. But he was definitely being controlled, or persuaded at least, by Solus, who is a Ascian. Speak with Alphino on Cracked Shell Beach. Alright, so we'll go to Stilltide. Because, wait, there weren't any... Yeah. And I'm pretty sure there weren't any quests in Eulmore for us. At least not this time. Jump it! Jump it! But it makes sense. So now we'll be going off to find... So what? Who else is here? Thancred, Y'shtola, Urianger. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I'd hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Valthree and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. Bum, bum, bum. On second, if you would... Okay. I was going to say, I figured that would add it to the thing here. So we have to go back to the main area. Just double check. We don't have any other, like, random quests, big quests to take. Can't do that one yet, because we don't have crafting or gathering up high enough. Hey, good to see ya. How you doing, Club Soda? I think this is where we need to go. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. How is your Monday treating you, Ben? The portal. Through the portal. Right. All right. So before we jump into the next little bit, I am going to take a very quick break. Fantastic. Yeah, going well. Work was a little crazy the last couple days, but hopefully we're getting to another calm, so that'll be good. So we'll be right back. Hold that thought. All right, we are back. So we'll settle back in here. So yeah. Oh, things are going all right. Can't complain. Making our progress through the final batches of the main story. Well, we've got a long ways to go yet, but making good progress. What do you have to say, Crystal Exarch? I am told you and Elfino carried out his scheme to infiltrate Eulmore. I would ask what you thought of its base amusements, but I doubt you are eager to relive that experience. I see you've reunited with my brother as well. I'd dearly love to hear how that story went. So there's a theme in Shadowbringers where the Exarch believes in securing a future for next generations, while Vol3 is about hedonism and just living in the now. It reminds you of one of your favorite proverbs: a society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in. Yeah, that is true. To do the difficult works that you won't necessarily experience the fruits of your labors, but somebody will. There's truth to that. It is good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I have not seen her for some time, but I gather she is as keen to press on with our plans as I am. As you've seen quite a lot of the first yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. 1,000,000 experience. The Lightwardens. The Crystal Exarch welcomes you back to the Crystarium.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Yeah, exactly, Ben. To do what ought to be done, but would not have been done unless I did it, I thought to be my duty. Exactly.
Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Lightwardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist.
Gotcha. So, Vol3 is supposedly a Lightwarden then, I'm guessing?
Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Lightwarden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Eulmore might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Eulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
So we're basically going to be going, like, in as assassins here to kill these Lightwardens. Are you sure that eliminating the Wardens will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then.
That sounds terrible. Ooh, laser light show. Hey, how's it going, Ox? Good to see ya.
In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds.
Oh, okay. So here's the background of the universe that we're in. Nice.
This is the source, your home.
Yes.
These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first.
Okay. So the source is where we're from. No, that's fine. That's understandable.
Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions.
Interesting.
An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
Oh, wow. So that many of the other, like, existences have been destroyed already, huh? So that was lightning. I'm guessing lightning or dark, but probably lightning. Fire. I mean, I guess I have the list of all the umbral calamities right there. That's earth, I would guess. You have no idea if you've made it this far in WoW yet. That's water. Or that's ice, probably. That's water. That's gotta be dark, then. And dark, then... So they're hoping to do light with this one.
The light-drowned realm of the first stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining.
And once all 8 elements are in the source, that's probably bad news bears for everything.
It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Lightwardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Northrend, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky.
Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Lightwarden to the sword.
I mean, I guess in order to stop the light, you have to turn to darkness. That's like the whole idea of this.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Lightwardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Yes. Yes, Baby Smile. We've done Alice's quest and saw how a Sin Eater is birthed. It was horrifying. Like, that whole thing was like, we're having all these like happy things happening. We just got done assisting like people like the kobolds on like these goofy little things, and then all of a sudden, yes, someone's transformed into a Sin Eater, and it's like horrifying. The face just like, rah. I'm sure we will see it more than once again.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
I don't know why Hallminster Switch sounds
Lend us your strength.
familiar.
Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Okay. Righto, righto. Hallminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Ascensor Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. Okay, before we do that... Oh, I am a red mage right now. Okay, so then we can do this quick. Alright, so that should be almost all the gear. Yeah, that should be all the gear then. Unless we get, like, rings and stuff like that, too. Okay, so now we're at level 71. Whoop. Quest. I suppose. We'll keep Red Mage on for a little bit. I forgot, I mean, we haven't fought anything yet this time, so I forgot what class I even was. It would have been a rude awakening. When I go to jump and I was like, oh shoot. Alright, Jolt. But yes, that took me by surprise. It was a lot darker than I thought it was going to be, Baby Smell. The transformation to a Sin Eater. Alright, where the heck are you, Exarch? Oh, no, that's not right. Alright. To Fort Job, then. I mean, this is a pretty cool looking area. Some would say pleasant. Oh, found that one then. Okay. All set? If we follow this road north, we will arrive at the northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. Oh, it's way up there, though, isn't it? If only we could fly. And meanwhile, so there's those other planets, those other stars that, like, aren't caught up in all this, and it's just like, they're just living their lives. Not expecting that the entire existence could just be blinked out here in the future. Why aren't we playing the game that's in one of those stars? Where we're just chill, just hanging. Oh, I think I made a wrong turn there. Wrong turn. We gotta go this way. Say, we could fight something now, but we're going to have to fight many things here in a minute, so we'll save it up. Save our stamina. Don't want to spend all of our TP in one battle. Alright, so I'm guessing this is going to be a dungeon. So here's hoping I don't suck terribly at this dungeon like I did before. Oh, hey, there's like the gremlin things from, like from the, what do you call it? The intro. Your assistance is appreciated. You're here. We are heading in together, yes? The Exarch asked that we wait, and so we waited. Alright, let's see what you have to say, Exarch. Gremlins have been around since The Realm Reborn. They have? I guess I might have bumped into some of them, I'm not sure. Holminster Switch is past these gates and through the woods. 'Tis not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we've seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as half remain. The gremlins actually insult you, it's kind of funny. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that a Lightwarden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. Huh. One does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordswoman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Ah, well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask that the guards stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... We won't let anything happen to him. Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well. Then our warden-slaying party shall include myself, the Levelures, Captain Lina, and last but not least... No, I'm not going. Count me out! In one fate in Lakeland, there's a bunch of them and they insult your fashion sense. Nice. They'd have a lot to go to with me. I always have terrible helmets. A formidable group indeed. Into Holminster we go. Once we reach the Lightwarden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. So is this a dungeon or is it a duty? It is a dungeon. Or it is a duty. Yeah. The instant dungeons encountered in the Shadowbringers main scenario quest can be completed solo, alongside a supporting party of NPCs. To make use of this feature, simply speak with one of your NPC companions near the entrance to the instance, and select the option to form a party. When forming a party, you will need to follow the same role restrictions imposed when using the Duty Finder. Alternatively, you can find party members via the Duty Finder as usual and complete the instance with fellow players instead. Well, I suppose in the essence of time, it would make sense for us to just use our friends here. Oh, really? It'll go a lot more slowly? In one fate in Lakeland, there's a bunch of them. Oh, yeah, I already said that, yeah. I'll have to track that one down at some point. So it goes too slowly with them? Oh, I suppose, because they're not going to... Unless I was a tank and I could pull them, but then they'd probably wipe, right? So I guess Lina would be the tank. The Exarch would be another DPS option. Elfino's the healer, I'm sure. And Alice I know is a red mage. Elfino would be a scholar. Well, we'll try to queue. We'll see how long these queue times are. Ah. We will have to switch to that. There's a balance. If you go with NPCs, you get an instant queue, but they can only handle so many mobs at once and they don't use AoEs, so it goes by slower. Gotcha. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the queue times are. $8 minutes? I guess we can handle that. As you may have deduced, the troublesome quality of the wardens, which I endeavored to raise earlier, was this confounded capacity for spontaneous rebirth. But the Exarch seems confident he has matters in hand, so I shall trust that we may slay our foe without fear of the etheric aftermath. My restorative spells are at your disposal. Destroy a Lightwarden for good. Huh. If it is possible now, then why not before? Whatever the Exarch believes, I will force a retreat if I deem it necessary. I did not become captain of the guard by being meek or weak. Command of this sortie is yours. Though I am not as spry as I once was, I hope my long years of experience will serve you in some capacity. I can wield spells to heal or harm, or even fashion an arcane shield and sword, should we have need of a defensive wall. Simply say the word. And she's a red mage, we know that. I can't help but wonder if the scale of this raid is related to the recruiting the Eaters were doing in Amarang. Not that it matters. After all the combat I saw there, I'm more than ready to test my magics against one of these greater abominations. What's funny is that Lina sucks as a dancer because she doesn't use the dance partner synergy buff. Oh, that's right, she's a dancer. So is the Crystal Exarch the tank then? Or do you just not have a tank? The Exarch is the tank? Okay. What class of tank does he end up being? Paladin? Okay, Paladin makes sense. And so then, yeah, Elfino is a scholar, dancer, red mage. Dragoon! Look at me jump, of course I'm a Dragoon. I do wish, if you were a Dragoon, they, like, made your jump, like, 1.5 times the height of other classes. Just from, like, an RP standpoint. I know that would break a lot of things in the game, so they can't. But I would like that. Let's spar, Exarch! Hua! 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 You assume it's a paladin because he uses a sword and a board? Okay. Well, that would make sense. That's the only one that really does that. Ooh, that's a big boy. Ophion. Draconian measures. Scouts have watched the approach of Ophion. He who respects no territorial bounds and brooks no rivals. With great concern with him now in such proximity, the Crystarium Guard has no choice but to attack first. I can't see it all. Lest the city become his next biology hunting ground. Or bloody hunting ground. There you go. Hard to read that white text on the light ground. Biology hunting ground. I know. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. I don't even know what a biology hunting ground would be. Oops. Alright, we have a tank. So it'll happen what like usually happens, and that we'll be just about to beat this, and then that's when the dungeon will be ready. That's just how karma works. I suppose. Oh, we almost got him. And as we were going through this, I did remember one thing I need to do before we go into the dungeon, maybe. Though we're just waiting on a healer now, so might not have time before it actually procs. Ha 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 ha! Was I right, or was I right? I was right. Oh, I wouldn't be able to use it in this dungeon anyway, so it doesn't matter. I was going to say my level 72 ability is not on my bars yet. Alright, here's hoping I don't screw up terribly like I did last time. We've got Shiva Iceheart here, spoiler alert. Oh. Oops. Those are weird. You know, just bears birthed out of a cocoon. It's just how things go usually, you know. Yeah, I got hit by that. Oh, I apparently have aggro on that guy yet still, huh? All right. Well, let's see. Ooh, fancy. The wound. Nice music. Oh shit. Get over there, get over there, get over there, get over there, get over there. Oh shit. Over here, over here, over here. Damn. Oh, where are we supposed to go? Oh, I didn't make it in time. Alright. Oof. Yeah, it was hard. Like, he kept turning where he was facing so much. It was hard to get positionals in. That's a pretty cool sight. I mean, it's bad, but it's pretty cool. Ah, it just dropped. Whoa, what the shit? Whoa. Well, I did not expect that. Oh. I ran past the shortcut. That pull must have just been too big. Alright, another Sin Eater here. Test. Oh, this is her! Oh my! Well, this is sad. Uh-oh. Things aren't looking too good over there for those guys. Ha! I can hit from that far away. Nice. Nice. Oh, missed that position a little bit. There we go. Nice. Well, there. That went a little bit better than the first one. A little touch and go here at a moment or two, but... Oh, shit. Okay, good. Well, this is quite the sequence of battles here. All right. Philia. Whoa. Well, this isn't good. Run out of the way. Poof. Oh my God. I did not have time to get out of the way of that. Didn't have time to get out of the way of that either. This is a tricky one. Stack, 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 stack. I know that was more said for myself than anything, but... Oh, dang. This is crazy. Stack, stack, stack. Ugh. That was almost deadly. No, that is deadly. Fuck. Well, we're getting close on it at least. Stack, 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 stack. Stack, stack, stack. Nice. That was a cool fight. That one was really cool. Astrometer. Black Coyote. Amulet offending. I'll go for a need. I didn't get it. I received a player commendation. I didn't floor tank as much as I have in the past. That's good. 2 times is a lot better than what was it in the burn? 7 times I went down? 5? I think it was 5 at least, so.
It's releasing its ether. Fall back. We cannot let it touch us. Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw.
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption.
Oh, so I'm your tool to soak in all the light, because I'm the warrior of light.
The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
But I thought we were supposed to become the warrior of darkness, Crystal Exarch. Pretty. Oh, neat.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
That's pretty cool. Darkness. Hey, the Skywatchers have a job now again.
beautiful.
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Ah, see, there we go.
Is that what I think it is?
Well, the interesting thing also, were
The
we
night sky.
fighting?
As it should be.
Were we fighting on a sundial? Because that's kind of cool too, if that's the case.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Lightwarden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will.
Alright, I'm leaving then.
I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
It seems I have no choice but to fight. It sounds like a glorious adventure. Oh, hey! What's his name?
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
Egbert?
I understand there is much at
Egbert?
stake here, XR, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll.
I'm just speaking gibberish now.
Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Yep, I was gonna say.
Come then.
We were due
my
for a nod.
warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villages and make our way back to the Crystarium.
It's gonna be a party tonight! Woo! A night of hedonism for all. The sun is gone. Oh. But now it's daytime again. It's over, yes? I might need a moment. Without that constant glare, Lakeland seems an entirely different place. It's as if the sky itself had disappeared into the heavens. If I didn't have Wounded to tend to, I'd never stop staring. How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. 1 million experience. Trust parties unlocked. You can enlist NPC companions to revisit completed instances by opening the Trust interface, located under Duty in the main menu. So when you run the trusts, do you get as much experience as if you ran a dungeon normally? So is that like a somewhat decent way to like level certain classes, or not really? Just roulettes or normal things? Warrior of Darkness. The Exarch is looking ahead to the immediate future. Hey, Heat of Battle 2 is now active, guys. And reduced rates, yes. Now, as for how we proceed from here. The villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the Warrior of Darkness has come. 'Tis to be expected. Callista, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Seeing the light recede from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as the legendary Warrior of Darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Eulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Vothri responds to all of this. So he must be, then, a Lightwarden, I'm guessing. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. Ah, and I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. 'Tis my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Lightwarden and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day, about all of you. With that settled, he didn't agree. With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. So, now, like Nina here, she seems like the type that's going to be, like, the character we start to really like, and then, like, sacrifices herself at some point. I kind of hope not. It'd be nice if they went against that trope. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits. And to think, you'll not even need to shutter the window to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. Lina, not Nina. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the pendants? Please let Broggy know that we're bringing in a number of injured, and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary. Why, yes, I can do that. We should start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. I wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Holminster. Tesleen. We already went through the village top to bottom, Alice. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest. Not now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while. And that means you as well, Callista. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. I promise to find you later when I feel myself again. I feel myself again. Just you and me then, shall we? Escort Alpha, no back to Crystarium! Remember when I called it? That I was doing that fate, and right before I finished it, that would be when the dungeon would pop? I called it. So, until we get to a level 72 dungeon, I probably shouldn't even update my bar and disrupt it. Though, then again, I should get used to it for that point. Alright, that's something I should do off-stream, though. Switch back to Red Mage. So let's see here. 385, 85, 85, 85, 85. So yeah, so these are the things that I need to up. Need to up my arsenal there. But that does actually remind me, I did get some Dragoon gear. I think there was maybe earrings. Yes. Okay, those are improvements. I think there was a necklace too. Nope, there sure wasn't. Wrists? Yes. The Lakeland Amulet of Slaying. I don't think there was a ring, though. Oh, that's far better than what I got there. Oh, I keep wanting to go the wrong way there. Okay, yep. Oh, no, I need to... Okay. Other ring. Okay, yep, the other ring is better than that one, too, so... Okay. So we're in pretty good shape there, then. Alright, so... Back to the Crystarium. So, let's look at quick... my... Okay, I haven't made it there yet. So I can probably kill a killer bee once I get to Tim Gies and Eulmore. Yeah, right there. The spot in the map that The map is completely covered. I'm guessing this is where we're going next. Back to the Crystarium. That was pretty cool, though. That battle was neat. That was bonkers when the stuff was, like, blowing up, like, behind us and around us, and that was a neat fight. It was tough, though, like, those positionals, how they, like, would flip-flop. That definitely made things tricky. Alright, we have to talk to Elfino, but we're supposed to talk to that one other person about the restoratives. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there is something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, Callista. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alice both. Oh, that means we're going to have a nightmare. Alright, Bragi. What can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern like every other stumbling soul in the city? I guess that is true. If you're used to it being constantly light, the darkness would throw you for a loop. I see. Well, Captain Lina can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean you were there then? The battle at Holminster. A stalwart lass like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs, make herself known. I'm sure Glenard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Alright. This way. Well, and it is also interesting to have, like, this sort of, not a singular purpose, because I know there's going to be lots of, like, dips and turns through this all. But it's interesting that it's like, okay, in each region there's going to be one of these Lightwardens that we have to kill. And so there's, like, that one kind of unifying thing that we're doing as we're doing all the other things. Which I think that's like a refreshing change from just kind of like the escalating whatever that have been like Heaven's Word and Stormblood. It's like we kind of know what we have to do now. Welcome to the bar. Sayela, more beer for table 2, and a couple pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet today, miss. Can I get you anything? Drinks are on the house. Well, if that's the case. Oh, that Bragi has a twisted sense of humor. Ha 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 ha. God, to think he'd send you to me at a time like this. The first real night in near 100 years has folk all riled up and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a Lightwarden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the Warrior of Darkness who did the deed. I don't know anything of the sort. I really must apologize, Glynnard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was a spark to their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need look no further than Holminster for proof of that. But attacks on that scale don't happen every day, praise the blessed Shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the Settlement Council puts bounties on their heads. And our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slaying even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the Cardinal Virtues. The virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by the survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as Lightwardens. Not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but knowing the Warrior of Darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there with the oversized sword is Granson. He's in it for revenge, wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he is. The Mista lad is Louis Reek. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He lost a partner, and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Serig. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Giat, dwarf and drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with a healer, and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows, together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige of my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. You have gained access to role quests. Ah! A separate quest line and story is now available for tank, physical DPS, magical DPS, and healer roles. Okay, so this is how they introduce this. That's an interesting way to introduce it. In order to reach the final stages of the Shadowbringers main scenario, you must complete at least one role quest line. Speak with a virtue hunter at the Wandering Stairs to accept a quest offer. So which one does Red Mage go under, I wonder? Well, it's going to be as easy enough to see. Okay, it's a different one. So I have 2 different role quests I could do then. Bum 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 ba da da. Well, let's collect this then. Hollow Pursuits. Serig is eyeing you inquisitively. Oh, so we gotta hunt down the Black Mage, huh? Alright, well now I'm curious what the other ones are, which parts. It's probably, so this will be the healer, I'm guessing. And then this will be the bard. Your icon's clipping, Granson. Oh yeah, that's the paladin. And Ardbert? I think that's his name. Dun, 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 dun. Let me guess, you're standing in front of Sir Rig, bounty hunter non-parial, because you've a mind to aid me in felling the dread Phronesis. Do I have the right of it, or do I have the right of it? You have the right of it. Willing to throw caution to the wind and strike off to do battle with a nigh indomitable foe, eh? Why, I've got a feeling the two of us will get along just fine. Allow me to elaborate. Phronesis isn't just your run-of-the-mill stray sin-eater. He's one of the nastiest the realm has seen, formed from the remains of one of those God's damned warriors of light. There are 4 of them, all told. Crawled up from the bowels of the deepest hell after being buried for nigh on a century, if the tales are true. People have come to call them the cardinal virtues. Before he was transformed into a sin-eater, Phronesis was none other than Archmagus Nielbert, whose baleful magics were feared the realm over. Though it's only been a few short years since he first showed up in Amarang, he's already preyed on far too many innocents with his foul sorcery. Not keen on seeing their trade routes disrupted, the local merchants have placed a healthy bounty on his head. 60 billion double dollars. Of course, I'd like nothing more than to fell the fiend single-handed and claim the entire bounty for myself. Unfortunately, circumstances have dictated I recruit a companion. That's where you come in. Provided that you can prove to me that you possess the rather, specialized set of skills that I require, I promise I'll make it worth your while. Not a bad offer, wouldn't you say? If you fancy yourself up for the task, come find me in Amarang. I mean to set off for there shortly. Ba 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 ba. Welcome back, miss. I wonder if anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar. But will you be retiring to your quarters? Yeah. Very good in light of our present situation. I have had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, miss. Ba, 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 ba. Alright, so we get to meet with Ardbert again, I'm thinking. Are we going to get a dramatic opening of the windows to see the night sky? Nailed it.
So it's your lot's turn to be the warriors of darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
These are my private quarters. Been watching, have you? I noticed you after I fought Philia.
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Eulmore and then on to Amarang. And I was there when you slew the Lightwarden.
I saw that. I noticed that. I didn't notice you anywhere else. You probably were there, though.
Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin?
Yes. My best friends.
Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
More nagging burdens.
So this is what the light was hiding. She's here. I must go to her.
Sign of things to come. Meanwhile, inside an Imperial Magitech facility in the Source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Huh. Oh, Estinian!
Out of my way!
Wait. Oh, that... Wait. Same
Stay your
team.
weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders.
Double intrusion. Double the fun.
Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the warrior of light from the jaws of death. Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
Estinian knows all.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own. They tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause.
Oh, come on. You like it, Estinian.
I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldassian woman once she has caught the scent of your wreath.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What a exactly does this black rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart.
That's aggressive.
Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this vicinity secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Serestinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
He's kind of a lone wolf.
From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
So, I mean, there's so many interesting things happening with that stuff, finally. Like, so much of the Garlemald stuff before was just kind of, like, ambiguous, I guess, maybe, would be a good way to put it. And now it's like, okay, we have this other faction led by Gaius Van Belsar. And we have, like, this growing insurrection in Garlemald. We have the Black Rose. We have an Ascian pretending to be Xenos. We have, I think, the one person that's wandering around attacking people who I still think is, like, the real Xenos then. Like, somehow he, like, got split when Elidibus took Xenos' body. We have, like, the actual current Emperor who just wants to get out from all the Ascian control, but yet he still has this, like, darker kind of stuff happening with him. A distraught damsel. Hedgie. A job? Well done. Hedgie is looking for someone willing to make a delivery to Fort job. We can do that. Anything for an Aether Current. Hail, sinner! Might this old woman impose upon you to travel to Fort Job in her stead? My son Chathwick is with the guard out there, and I have a package for him that wants delivering. I'd go myself, but my knees simply aren't up to the task. Alright. Well, that's good. Good to do. The manager of the suites is wearing a grave expression. Hey, Red Banana Boomerang! How's it going? An unwelcome guest. Oh, was that a level 72 task now? We jumped to 72 fast. Begging your pardons, miss, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you not to stray too far from the Crystarium. Word has it Eulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing, one can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response. You're good? Good. I'm doing great. Having a fun time here. Pushing forward the Shadowbringers story. Alright, let's see. What do we have other tasks here? Oh, wow. So the music changed here now that we brought, we liberated ourselves from the light. You still need to level Red Mage up? Yep. So, Dragoon is my main, but I have Red Mage sort of equivalent, because it makes it easy for... It's easier to level, it feels like, 2 at these levels. To some extent, anyway. We're already at 72, though. We jumped to 72 pretty fast, so I have a feeling we're leaving Red Mage behind now. Let's see here. You main Dark Knight. Nice. Yeah, my highest level tank is still a Gladiator at level 25. For some reason, tanking worries me, scares me more than anything else in the game. Although healing is, like, frantic. Every time you play MMOs, you just go straight for a tank. I don't know, like, it just feels like, it's not like it's... It just feels like there's so much responsibility, and I don't know that I feel like I'm up to it. I don't know why. I don't know why she stopped selling stuff in the market randomly there when I got to Eulmore. That was weird. I mean, at some point, like, my main goal would be to at least get one of each type to level cap. So hopefully by the end of Shadowbringers, we'll have Dragoon there. We'll have Red Mage maybe close. I don't know if I stick with Bard. I was messing around with Bard, so a friend had started the game a while back, and so I started up White Mage along with, so I could kind of level alongside. And once I got a little bit ahead, then I started leveling a Bard too. Well, Archer, which turned it into a Bard. It's a bit spooky at first when you start tanking and realize that the only thing stopping the wipe is your ability to stay alive, but at the same time, if you are a great player, then even if everyone dies, you could theoretically finish a fight if the boss's health is low enough. That's true. I have seen a tank do that before. So you can be the savior of the day. When you're the, you can do that as a tank. When you're the floor tank, you usually can't solo things at the end like that. Alright, that was one other thing I wanted to do quick. So we'll put that down. So head to the ocular, okay. Just making sure I can hide the Fufucha quest for now since we're not doing gathering at the moment. As long as you know when to pop buffs and AoEs, it's easy enough, unless you don't know the Tank Buster. Tank Busters suck. What are Tank Busters? Those are specific attacks that the enemies do? I'm just guessing based off of what the words mean. All for an Aether Current. A move ability the boss will use that does a huge amount of damage even to tanks. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Normally ends with the tank dying. So, and there's no extra tell in those attacks, right? You just have to know which one of those attacks is going to end up doing that. Like the AoE, like on the ground and stuff looks the same, I'm guessing, right? Whoop. So I'm going to hazard a guess that now that we're already at level 72, we're going to have to do this one instead of the Red Mage role quest. No greater sports. Louis Rick thinks you just might be the answer to his prayers. So do you have Dark Knight to level 80 then? Red Banana Boomerang? Wait, you wouldn't happen to be... As long as you try to keep defense buffs up, though, you'll live through the Tank Buster. Gotcha. Yes, of course you are. 'Tis plain from the way you carry yourself. You're just the sort of woman I've been looking for. You're perfect. My name is Louis Rique, and I am a bounty hunter. But not just any bounty hunter, I will have you know. Nay, I am not wont to settle for run-of-the-mill prey. I hunt sin-eaters. Not only that, I have recently set my sights on a particularly notable fiend. One of the 4 cardinal virtues. Those infamous instigators of the flood itself. Naturally, it will take considerable strength and skill to defeat such a formidable eater, and I am not afraid to admit I cannot do it alone. However, with the aid of equally formidable allies, I am confident it can be done. And you, my friend, are exactly the sort of ally I have in mind to recruit. Walk away without a word. Feign interest. Currently going through the post-Shadowbringers stuff. Nice. You maxed it a while before you finished Shadowbringers? Oh, it's easy to do. I mean, that's a lot of the reason why I got Red Mage up to the same level as my Dragoon. When I was at the start of... When I was, like, at the level 61 quest in Stormblood, my Dragoon was at 65. And so it was like, well, crap. I feel like I'm not getting the maximum amount out of my experience that I'm earning. So I had my Red Mage at that point at like 57 or something. So then I just kind of grinded for a little bit to get Red Mage up to 60 in order to then go through that. Yep, you can only do it the once, yep. Dark Knight is good in between tank from coming from DPS if you ever want to learn it. Got plenty of ways to heal yourself and even survive death. I have thought about it. I mean, I have almost accidentally picked up that quest in Ishgard like multiple times thinking it was the next quest I needed to grab for something else. Part of me was thinking, though, that it made, and maybe this isn't the right way of thinking, part of me was thinking it made more sense to start with one of the tanks that's lower level and learn that up through 50 before I would just start with a level 50 tank. But do you think there's not enough to really gain out of that? To kind of see through Gladiator from level 25 up to 50? We'll feign interest here, though. Not with our conversation. I'm obviously interested in our conversation. Aha! I knew you would be interested. And should the challenge alone be insufficient motivation, know that I have substantial financial resources at my disposal. You will be duly compensated for your service, rest assured. It's a way of doing it. Either way works. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, I figure there's no wrong way to skin the cat that is Final Fantasy XIV. However, as much as I am certain you are the right woman for the job, 'tis only meet that I put your skills to the proof. A simple test should suffice. Pray do not be offended, but you would be shocked how many people present themselves falsely in order to enrich themselves or to impress others. Okay. We have to do like a drinking contest against him. You just normally say Dark Knight due to you just finding it way more interesting to play than the 2 base tanks. Oh, they start at 30. That makes sense. Okay. Then that's maybe not as bad then. So what I'll probably do, like once I finish the MSQ, so it would be good to get, so I think I should finally get Gladiator up to Paladin. And then I could pick up Dark Knight too, and then kind of mess around with both of them and see which one maybe I prefer messing around with. Because 4 levels at that point will go pretty quickly. Alright, where did you go, dude? Oh, he went into Lakeland. Okay. Yeah, so I think, so my understanding, the way that they do it, yeah, so I think my understanding that the way that they do it is that those classes, so the new classes are always 20 below the current level cap when that expansion is released. So for Heavensward, since the level cap at the beginning of Heavensward was 50, a Realm Reborn level cap was 50, those start 20 below that at 30. Any of the Stormblood ones, I think, started at... I don't think they started at 40, though. I think the Stormblood ones started at 50, didn't they? Oh, do they? They did start at 60? Okay. Well, but then this one... Because I think they said Sage is going to start at level 70. Yeah, because Samurai starts at 60 also, right? And did Red... I can't remember what Red Mage started at. Was it 50? Or was it 60? 10 levels lower afterwards. Okay. No, that's fine. It's a lot to keep track of. All right, to the Ocular. Oh, that's not to the Ocular. So how long have you been playing FF14 for? Since October? Nice. So you burnt through things pretty quickly. That's awesome. $14 days worth of hours into the game. I'm at... Well, we can find out here. Oh, well. After this story beat. You had like a month off. Oh, you have a month off and nothing to do? Yeah, you might as well, right?
You are come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands.
That's as good a thing to do with time off as any. I have taken a couple days off just to play this.
Laxon Loft here in Lakeland. Eulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Lightwarden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I really didn't either expect to enjoy it as much as I did.
Indeed. It was inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
Oh, that soon, apparently.
My
Yeah.
lords, I am come with the Eulmorean emissary. May I show him in?
I mean, especially once you get through a Realm Reborn, like from a story standpoint, there's like ebbs and flows. Like there's some parts of it, like I really didn't like the very beginning of Stormblood, but once I got through those first couple levels, like I thoroughly like enjoyed the ride through that. There was a couple bits in Heavensward where I was like, okay, let's keep it going here. Not nearly as pronounced as the beginning of Stormblood for me. Yes, it is very much a very classic, safe Final Fantasy story. And then you get to the story bits leading up to Heavensward, where it's like, all right, let's turn it up a notch here. Let's do some things to people. Shit does get real. It's funny because my friend, who I've been playing off and on with, that I started White Mage with, he just recently finished a Realm Reborn, and we've done a few of like the dungeons post Realm Reborn, and he's on a break again from the game for a little while, and it's like, oh man, it's like just about to get like really good. Yes, you are led to believe almost everyone died. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Post Heavensward also had some good parts that were similar to that. Well, and then there's, Papalymo, and like the Ida transformation stuff. There wasn't as much of that in post Stormblood. That was more so just like what the hell's going on with Xenos. I don't think anybody really got gacked in post Stormblood. The lead up to the end of Stormblood had a couple. No major ones, though. Unless I'm blanking, which could be the case. Alright, well, let's see who this Eulmorean emissary is. It for sure isn't going to be Vothri. Is there a chance that it was Elfino's patron? Whatever his name was.
Captain, if you would.
Chai something. Chai iced tea. Sorry, need to tidy the place up. Oh yes, that is what it was. Post Stormblood was like a psych moment because it was building up to this huge thing and people kept fainting. Then nothing too bad happened.
I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty.
Yeah, because it was basically like, okay, all this stuff's happening, and then, oh, people keep disappearing, and oh, here's the big battle, and oh well, it's a stalemate. You can leave now. In the original timeline, you died, so there's that. That is true. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Oh yeah, he already said that.
Vanish. Enter.
Enter. Come in. It is good to see you. Is it a Sin Eater? Very white skin. I've heard that from a lot of people, that Shadowbringers is amazing.
The commander of the Eulmorean army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
Okay, so I've heard this name. People thought this guy was pretty cool, Ranjit. The build up to the end is some of the best shit in the entire game. Nice. I'm excited.
The Lightwarden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
Why would you think that?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Eulmore's interest in this?
His benevolent Lord Vothri is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Lightwarden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Eulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes.
1,000,000?
The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Eulmore's mercy. Promptly.
So they can live outside your walls?
One last matter. We are searching for a young artist to paint his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
It's like you stared right through me. Enjoy that they do something really cool with the Ascians finally. I mean, so far that's like the stuff right before Shadowbringers was the most interesting like reveals about the Ascians yet. And they really didn't touch on them at all in Stormblood. Your ranking of the MSQ from worst to best would be ARR, Stormblood, Heavensward, then Shadowbringers. Oh god, there's so much for you don't want. Oh, good, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about the story of Shadowbringers, so I'm super excited. Yeah, but I would say that your ranking is probably correct. I enjoyed Stormblood a lot more than I thought I was going to. But I would say still Heavensward from a package standpoint is better. Story-wise. Well, and then the question is where do you include, like, the stuff? So, like, is the pre-Heavensward stuff, does that count as being part of... Does the pre-Heavensward stuff count as being part of, Heavensward, or does that count as A Realm Reborn? Or do we have to count that separate, too? Because if you count pre- and post-Heavensward along with Heavensward, I would say, like, all of that is, yes, far better than Stormblood. You rank them separately? Because the stuff that leads up to Heavensward and the stuff afterwards is all pretty cool.
I fear he did.
Just do expansion and post-expansion content, gotcha.
The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Eulmore's army since before Vorthry's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin-Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army for so long without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Eulmore chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot, in good conscience, put your people in harm's way.
It is noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Eulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
Well, it seems like it's coming soon, the declaration of war.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Eulmoran forces at Luxonloft were observed taking a prisoner.
Oh, Alice.
A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light.
Oh, no.
Minfilia.
That's different.
It may
Oh,
be
yeah,
that
Alice is
General
right there.
Ranjit wishes to convey her to Eulmore before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilius, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Generations of Minfilius. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with this since that's exactly what I asked.
Of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it.
So I meant to tell you about this, but I'm not going to tell you
That
about
you
this.
seek out Moren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He'll be able to enlighten you.
Okay, yeah.
Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right. Though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for
So is that the game, like the writer's way of saying, okay, we came up with some crazy shit with this. So we're going to have this character tell you it's okay if you don't understand it because she doesn't either. Nothing makes you happier than being allowed to be an ass in the cutscenes with the dialogue choices. Yeah. I don't ever choose the option, but I love the option. Like when you basically had the option to tell Elfino, just get your smelly ass in the shower. I didn't choose it, but I relished in the fact that I could have. Thanks for the hydrate, by the way, and thanks for the follow. My notifications aren't working completely, so you told him to get in the shower. I mocked him saying that Alice would already be drying her hair, but I did like the whole poking about Estinian thing too, to just kind of push that whole relationship thing between Elfino and Estinian, their bromance, I guess. Let's see here. By the way, if you need anyone to party up for dungeons, if we're in the same server, you can run some of the dungeons with me. Gotcha. I am on Ultros, which is the Primal data center, I believe. So yeah, I'm always up for that. You can feel free to send me like a friend request in game. As you can see my name right there on the screen. I would be more than happy for the help in that way. Cause yeah, queue times. I usually find things to do in the meantime, but queue times take a bit sometimes. So yeah. I gotta take care of this too. One second. All right. You're on Aether Data Center? Well, so not for Shadowbringers, but once Endwalker comes around... Oh, shoot. I'm going to reject that. I forgot to... So when I was playing the Collection of Saga, that was what that one was on there for. I need to put that one away. Because I do not have the ability to change any backgrounds here. So yeah, so I'll give you your hobby bucks back for that. We will continue to watch the Eulmorans. If Minfilia has indeed been captured, I dare say we will see another familiar face anon. But first things first, pray seek out Morin at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He's talking about Thancred. Of course he's talking about Thancred. Yeah, so yeah, December and into January I was playing the new Collection of Saga that came out on the Switch. Specifically the Final Fantasy Legends, so the first game in the Saga series. And so I had that. Oddly enough, this is the first time it's been redeemed when I'm not playing the game. So I appreciate that. Let's see. Cabinet of Curiosity. You wish data centers could play with each other? Yeah. Well, yeah. So with Endwalker, that's gonna be changed. We don't have any of the details yet, but that should help to some extent, at least. Yeah, it'll be cool. That's a first for any MMOs you've seen? Yeah, like, they said, so I think they said the one thing is that you have to change your data center that you're going to travel to. You have to change it from before you log in to the game. But once you change it from there, you're going to be limited to some extent. A little bit more than if you're doing, like, the world travel. You're going to be limited to an extent. But they're not worried about, like... They're not worried about the financial stuff because they didn't see any real changes with the world transfer stuff happening, or the world travel stuff. Yes, if you're after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. They are experiencing quite the surge in popularity. Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle of Light? Then it would be my pleasure to assist. After I have finished off some few outstanding tasks, that is. While I attend to them, perhaps you could fetch me a book. The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light, it's called. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter, and the artwork is quite lovely besides. I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. But you must see for yourself. The book should be located on the level below. Should, I say, for while there is a place for everything here, not everything is always in its place, despite my best efforts. In short, if the book is not where it should be, it will almost certainly be somewhere it shouldn't, so, good luck. Minfilia. Oh, is that like... That guy's like Monkey. Monkey B. Luffy. Minfilia, or as my friend Tom always referred to her, Crop Top. Which he hasn't gotten to that whole thing yet. So many MNOs won't even let you play with other servers, yeah. Just as your eyes begin to blur, they finally come to rest on the copy of the Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light. Well, there we go. That's the book, is it? Sure is. Yeah, no, it's really cool that they're adding that, and that data center stuff too. I don't know. I'm super excited to be like at level cap when the next expansion comes out, because I picked this game up. I started playing this shortly after Stormblood came out. So I've been off and on playing this game for almost 4 years now. Yeah, Minfilia, aka Pray Thee Return to the Waking Sands. So the first fate that I stumbled across in Shadowbringers was Prey Upon the Walking Sands. And it was so funny. It made me laugh so hard that was the name of the fate. Just because it was playing with the name of, like, that meme in this game, basically. I laughed so hard. Because it was like those beasts that are like the head and the hands coming out of the thing that you have to kill a swarm of. I love that. Have you found the book? The fate names are so good. And the quest names, too, really. Yes, this is the one. I hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. I'm happy to say I finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Without further ado, then, it began 100 years ago when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrant. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance. A maiden with hair spun of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. Naught was known about her save that her name was Minfilia, and for delivering the realm she came to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace. But 15 years later, her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. You think it's funny that I'm not done with the story yet and still 6 times richer than you? You suck at making money in the game? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've done some things to make money. A little bit of messing around with the... Not with craft. I haven't done a lot with crafting, actually. It's mostly just been trying to sell stuff on the market. I'm trying to think of how much I would have made. Like, Stormblood, I actually made a decent amount. When Sin Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Vobert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair spun of gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. She was hailed as the Oracle Reborn and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Eulmore army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet with her dying breath, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. And true to her words, some years later, another young girl was discovered who possessed the self-same eyes, that self-same hair, and those self-same powers. She too took the name Minfilia. She too fought Sin Eaters as a soldier of Eulmore, and she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow her in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have served Norvrant on numerous occasions. And were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Lightwardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some, perhaps. The truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories or the knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not. But all were made to face the Sin Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. What can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Eulmore army some 10 years ago and taken into their care. Or rather, their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name, for by that time, under Lord Valthry's rule, Eulmore had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept her under lock and key. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was in the Eulmoran's best interests for her to remain under their control. But then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed. Well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Morin. Might I trouble you for a word, Callista, outside? Your crafting classes are not super high, though. Maybe if it was just a Realm Reborn. Yeah, then you'd want to spend more time on that and not, like, keep digging into the endgame content. So, yeah, so, like, the biggest thing I did, and they changed it now with Shadowbringers. So, you know how, like, in Stormblood, basically every quest, you would get a certain type of, like, weapon or armor or something like that. So, basically what I would do is I would stagger when I was grabbing things for, like, the classes that I had, and instead pick up other things, and hopefully they would be stuff that people would want to buy off of the market. And so basically I would get those things and then try to sell them on the market for a pretty high price. And I would say like 65% of the time it worked out. And the thing that I picked, you know, would sell for 100,000 gil or something like that. Or, you know, somewhere between 50 and 100,000 gil. 50,000 and 100,000. Every now and again you find certain things that just aren't as sought after. But yeah, so I basically took those quest rewards and used those as a way to get gil. Otherwise, there had to have been other things I did, because I haven't really sold a lot of crafting stuff, because my crafting classes, like, aren't high. And I recently just did this. Like, I recently leveled these from the 11 to 15 range to 21, 22. And these from a similar range to the 40s. I wouldn't say on a whim. I just started wanting to mess with them a little bit more. So yeah, I haven't really made a whole lot of money off that stuff, because it's like the things that I get, mostly selling fish, is like a pittance is what my sales are for those. As you will have already surmised, the gallant soul who rescued Minfilia was none other than our own dear Thancred. They have since been wandering the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we have not yet had a chance to meet them. We know that Minfilia journeyed here as Heidelin's emissary to halt the Flood of Light. It could only be her that the people of the First witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. But, while there's plainly some connection between the woman we knew and her namesakes, the fact that these girls do not share her memories must surely mean they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I have no doubt that he understands. The question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she has been captured, we may be certain he will not stand idly by. There you go again, talking in your roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, just spit it out. It just so happens I agree with you. It's quite clear that this Minfilia possesses Heidelin's blessing. And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such individual on our side, right, Callista? One's generally been enough, but fine. Quite. I see you've made up your minds. I'm guessing this is Thancred. Nope, it's the Exarch. Exarch, what brings you here? A report and a proposal. We only just met. First, the report. Our scouts have confirmed that the Eulmore forces at Laxenloft do indeed have Minfilia in their custody. For the present, they are holding her there, but we can be certain they will move her to Eulmore ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. So if we mean to act, we should do so quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust this undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium. Entrust this to us. What do they have to say about this? Entrust Minfilia's rescue to the people of the Crystarium? All right, then. Let us hear what the Exarch has to say. You could probably sell most of the armor you don't use, but at the same time, you're always like, but I could use it for another class. Yeah, I still am holding on to some things for that. I guess the thing that helped me the most... well... So that's the interesting thing, because now that I'm leveling up my crafting classes, like, I won't really need to hold on to things as much anymore, because I'll be able to make a lot of that stuff. So, like, that might be part of my purge, though those types of things that would be lower level that I'd get rid of wouldn't be worth much for Gil anyway. The big thing was if I had, like, since Dragoon stuff only is for that class alone right now. Granted, now it sounds like the next new class is going to also be going to possibly be a maiming DPS class. So the new one might share this gear. So I've mostly just been able to sell that stuff pretty easily or get rid of it. I guess also, granted, I haven't made a lot off of it, but the Dome and Restoration stuff helps too. Selling stuff to Doma. I've made a few thousand gil off that. Probably like, what, 30,000 gil at this point? Okay, so now this stuff I'm going to start collecting for Dragoon. Since I was collecting the other stuff for Red Mage, and that one's full now. The Exarch is eager to delve into the details of his proposal. The Crystarium's resolve.
You are doubtless eager to attempt Minfilia's rescue, and with your combined strength, you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary.
That makes sense.
Twas not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrend. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Lightwardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you.
Oh, these textures. The Crystal Exarch is like, yes, this is the texture that they used for the door in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Look at it. Revel in it. Enjoy it.
My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all. As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Eulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Lightwarden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war. Let none be mistaken. We would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might of Eulmore. Some would even call it suicide. And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrand deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Eulmore's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions. The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do, we will.
Make do, we will.
Aye, we can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for? We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost, but even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not. We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Eulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Eulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Eulmore's ultimatum.
Makes sense.
Hear, hear!
In planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
Oh, well, I guess I have no idea.
And there you have it. If Eulmore wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve to delay the airship's departure. At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air. Not all will succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
It's an elaborate plan.
Very good. See to your preparations.
Rah! Just put most of your retainer armor that you could sell on the market.
Would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow,
You had to buy a bunch of Dark Knight gear, and now you must recoup your losses. Yep. What crimes do you want us to commit?
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
Lena, not Lina, Lena, huh? Many here have a place in their heart for Minfilia. We must ensure this mission succeeds for all of their sakes. The people of the Crystarium have initiative. I respect that. Though our hosts have offered to take the lead, we still have a part to play. Let's see that we play it well. So, you will be joining the Guard. But however highly the Exarch thinks of you, you will receive no special treatment from me. Is that clear? Where's your salute, soldier? Better. More spirited than the Exarch's feeble attempts, clearly. Certainly. Now, first things first, you will need uniforms. Go to the Crystalline Mean and report to Catelys. She will see you measured and fitted. She's... I think she's up here. Oh no, she said Crystalline Mean. There we go. Lost a couple seconds there. Ah, there's the last of them. Your friends are being measured as we speak. Right this way. We'll see to it you look your dashing best for your first outing. Done, are you? Let's have a look at those numbers. We have to measure ourselves? What kind of place is this? I see. How goes it? Sorry, Captain. I'm afraid we don't have anything on hand that's already fit. But we do have a few of them, a few that are fairly close. We should be able to make them work with some minor adjustments. Very well then, see to it, and have the uniforms delivered directly to the field. We gotta get dressed in a field? I shall take this opportunity to brief you on the mission. As mentioned earlier, we will deploy Amuro to scatter dream powder from the air. Once the powder takes effect, an elite unit will storm the fortress to rescue the Oracle. Her safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided wherever possible. I assume we're to be part of said unit? Correct. The unit will be divided in two contingents, one deploying from Fort Job and the other from the Ostal Imperative. You and Elfino will join the former. Callista, meanwhile, will join the latter with me. Before you proceed to your positions, you are to report to Chesamil at Spagyrix. She will issue you with a serum to ward off the effects of dream powder. We shall be on our way then. Take care, my friend. We will see you in the field. It's quite far to the Imperative, so you may make use of an Amaro from the Rookery. After you have collected the serum, of course. So we shall get the serum from Chesamil. So we'll just go to the Aetheryte Plaza. La Plaza. Bajirix. Yes, sweetie. Is there something you need? Oh, one of the guard come for your dram, are you? Here you go. A dose of this will keep you firmly in the waking world while your enemies are off in dreamland. Now, if this is your first time, I should warn you. It's bitter as sin. Prince's kiss, they call it, but if you ask me, it should be Crone's kiss. Hee. Jests aside, the stuff is really foul. Most people gag like there's no tomorrow. But if you don't drain every last drop, you're liable to end up taking a trip to Dreamland yourself. So I must ask you to drink it here and now while I watch. Come on. Give the old crone a kiss, hee hee. Well done, sweetie. I'm proud of you. Why, if I didn't know any better, I'd even say you enjoyed it. And now you needn't fear falling asleep on the battlefield. Just have care you don't lose any limbs out there, all right? They don't tend to grow back. Over there. Yes, what do you require of me? An Amaro to take you to the Imperative, eh? As much as I would like to oblige, all our amounts are reserved for the coming operation. I fear you will have to go by foot. But wait, there might be another way, assuming you are willing to lend a hand. Alright. Let us see. What our headgear... It's a hood, huh? Oh my, that is not great. Alright, so... Alright, switch it back to the one I had on, I guess. Weapon coffer. You love the Shadowbringers boss music? Yeah, I mean, the music in general, in the game in general, is phenomenal. But, like... yeah, everything so far has been really good. I was about to deliver an Amaro to Radiska's Round, one of the locations whence the beast will fly for the operation. The tower lies along the route to the Imperative. If near enough is good enough for you, you may make the delivery in my stead. Very good, I shall ready the Amaro for departure at once. We are off, apparently. Alright, where about in the world are we? Oh, what's that? Oh, that's my role quest. Hey, Jem. Radisca's round is to the north and west. You can take the road or you can fly. It's up to you. Upon arriving, make yourself known to the sentry and she will give you further instructions. If you should become separated from the Amaro, worry not. The beasts are trained to return to the rookery. That is all go well. Oh, hey. So we actually can fly them, huh? Alright, so that's not where we need to go. We need to go over there, huh? And then, yes, we need to go there. Okay, so we will do that then. Peaceful music now that we have night. Dive bomb. Oh, you're delivering that tomorrow to us. I'm afraid there's been a change of plans. We already have all the beasts we require here. Instead, this one is go to Imperative to the west. Please see to it. Alright, well that's perfect. We don't have to take the rest of the way on foot. Forest of the Lost Shepherd. Oh, just made it. Oh, but we need to go down. Ah, the last tomorrow. My thanks, friend. You may leave the beast with me. That registered. Say, I don't believe I know you. Did you join the guard recently? I guess. Ha! So that is the way of it. Well, you managed to arrive, and that's all that matters in the end. I bid you welcome to the Ostal Imperative, one of our key strongholds in Lakeland. The first thing you'll want to do is report to the captain. You'll find her at the lookout across the way. It's an alert tomorrow. Gwee gwee. Right. Hey, you actually have a job to do now. Clear skies. Fair skies to clear skies. Just everlasting light everywhere else. So, it seems that rather than the Amaro delivering you, you delivered the Amaro. I'll not thank you. I expect all my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you. 73! Oh, wow. All of these to do. So then I think it would make sense to do those as Red Mage, to get at least some semblance of levels. Okay, this is getting our gear for the Crystarium gardening. The Oracle of Light. With the operation fast approaching, Lena means to put you to work. In readiness for the operation, the Amaro will need to be treated with the same serum as us. As you well know, however, it is not pleasant. In order to coax them into taking it, we have sprinkled it on their fodder. All that remains is to feed it to them, a task I am sure you will enjoy. Fetch the fodder from the Amaro launch and see to 4 of the beasts. Dismissed. Boink. Applewood Spear. Applewood Spear. Bum, 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 bum. Isn't that a song? Apple Bottom Jeans? Something like something? Boots with the fur? Are those all the... Is that the same thing? There we go. Yeah, that's pretty cool looking. Yeah, I can do with that. To feed the Amaros. Grabbing my treated fodder. Back to the alert Amaro. Quee, quee, quee! The Amaro happily devours the fodder. Yeah, see? Taste buds are different. They like the stuff. Love the stuff. Can't get enough of it. Oh, the indolent tomorrow probably won't be as happy to have it, though. Gwee? Gwee. The Amaro absent-mindedly munches on the fodder. Anxious Amaro. Gwee, 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 gwee. The Amaro is wary at first, but appetite eventually wins out and it accepts the fodder. Last one's this way. This way. Equable Amaro. Not sure I know what that word means. Gwee, grrr. The Amaro reels at the smell, but accepts the fodder nonetheless. The Amaro are fed. Good. The rest have already been dosed, so we need not fear any of our mounts succumbing to the dream powder. All units have now entered the final stages of their preparations. Their time is nigh. Make ready and await deployment atop the main watchtower. I will send your uniform along as soon as it arrives. That is all. May night smile upon us. Go all the way up here. Still gotta go up. Up, 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 up. All the way up. Oh, wow. It just keeps going and going. All along the watchtower. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-ba-ba-bow. Ba-da-bow-bow-bow. I better be careful. We'll get a copyright strike for that. Oh, hey. Oh, that's going to take us into the thing, isn't it? So there's a duty. The operation is about to commence. Stand ready. During the operation, some of your gear will be glamored. Your attributes and abilities will be unaffected. What is my item level? $395. Oh, the maximum. Maximum, okay. But I think this is where I'm going to call it quits for tonight. I don't want to get into anything too big this late at night, since we're almost at midnight my time. So yeah, thanks everybody for stopping by. I hope you're enjoying me playing this as much as I'm enjoying playing this. We'll be back tomorrow night. We're actually going to keep playing Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow night. So we will jump right into this. Might mess around with doing some of the other side stuff around here first, just to try to get the Aether Currents. But otherwise, we will try to get Minfilia back. Yeah, get Minfilia back.